Alrighty. Oh, I'm a little bit tiny. I should fix that really quick. 1 second. There we go. We continue where we were last time with our investigation here at the bridge and everything. Yeah, I would say we start with the bridge and go up till another bridge. Let's start with the Rio Goku. Yako Sakazaki, Rio Goku Bridge. And so, Miyo Kurozusu and Yako Sakazaki decided on the next location to investigate. Okay, sure. Thank you for the hit pet and the hydrate. How are you doing, dear? And then we go to the gardens. 9 a.m. for my Yasuda Gardens. And so, Miyo Kurozuzu and Yako Sakazaki decided on the next location to investigate. You. Oh, okay, okay, I see how it is.
Quick answers. Why choose when you can have both? Embrace the chaos, let fate decide your path.
Did that answer your question? We have to go with him. Those are currently at a dead end. Did Anma answer your question? Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How's the curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then. Let's decide why so late this morning. There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated via the world's slumbers. You will get the blessing of our Jesus. But I would get some research done. It's what limited time I had. Very well. Let's talk. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. And what's that? Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already observed Soulrex, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with the curse bearer and have them use the right for your purposes. Oh. I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same. Do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect. Yeah, he definitely did. He's the kind that definitely would do investigating. He's the kind who actually would do that. He loves his job more than his libido. In other words, if he could fuck his job, he would. But compensation? Cash, for instance. That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shigeras, right? Of course, any amount would be fine if it would get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets, the way it did back with the ransom. Okay, with that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. About the curse bearers. We have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul ranks. Did you see the news this morning? No, I haven't. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They're yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they have been nicknamed the Hanyo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets. Oh my! Only 3? That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul ranks. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this activity all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul ranks yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. And then we offer them a deal. None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now, that's an interesting theory. I think there's someone behind this all. You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in the area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. Are you thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers? You've got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul ranks if they were after the rhyme, this would be very risky, since as a curse bearer they themselves would become a target. So it would actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right. But despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul ranks themselves? You mean the intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action. Which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. So, how shall we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. It's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with us. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, Rex, can we be sure there's even a rite of resurrection? A good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught, do you want to give up? Never. Understood. After all, we'll know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we do it without using the curses ourselves. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them, but I only managed to get detailed information of one too. You're quick, I suppose. That's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayame Tano, the girl we talked to before. She isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. He currently lives alone in an apartment near Midoroshi Park. You even determined her address. You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. I called every single university with ukiyo-e in the curriculum pretending to be her parent. I went around to check on her place on the way here. Doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her last night? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She is planning to steal the curse stones just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Next is the tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinchicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him. Impressive. What can I say? He works as the secretary to Hihako Soap's chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. The Hihako Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct? Yes. They've been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. He seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about the chemical plants dumping waste into the river. Most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later. Let's hope you will. Perhaps they are interested in seeing if the ride would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare. Now that's an interesting thought. Yeah, sure. Kill some people so you can look good. Fresh and young. All it takes is the sacrifice of your neighbors. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night. This one seemed to be out collecting Zoldrex, right? Indeed. I couldn't get a good look at him, though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. Well, that's a shame, but I can make an educational guess. Oh? You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the rite of resurrection? The one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Arashi, and the man I met was similar in stature. Oh my, even he is involved. How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair? I think it's possible, yes. which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. Understandable. Of course, I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is the curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hyaku's Soaps to see that man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Warigasuri. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komagata High School. The person was identified as a school teacher. His name was Kohei Yonushi. You think he was a curse bearer? Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead. Just when we were getting somewhere. It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shirashi's residence. It'll be wise to pay it a visit. Understood? In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Anyo serial killings, there's Michio Shirashi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they are bound to inspire strange rumors. Those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries now. It's true, both occurred a week before this accursed restoration began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved even with those killings. How? What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the 7 mysteries curses? Can we really assume they are unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if it were connected to these curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feeling might be wrapped up in this one too. I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind. You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. In that case, I trust you decide on where we should go, ma'am. Where should I go to begin my search? Which places have stood out to me most so far? I mean, we would do all 3 anyways. Well, let's go with the South Warigasuri Street. South Warigasuri Street. The Hyaku Soap's headquarters are on the other side of the South Warigasuri Street. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night, and I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'll be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around. Visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps. He tells me he barely slept last night, and yet he seems to be brimming with energy. Was it too that resilient at this age? Perhaps it's what sets apart a detective from the rest. You know, how are you doing, dear? It'll be better if I go away. Yeah, we did that. We did that. Let's look at the... To think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsuo Yamamori is called the Green. You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary. That's correct. Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders? That's exactly my thinking. A ghost bearer with both money and power could certainly look at the resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. Doing good. I'm going to go in. It may be a while, so feel to find somewhere to kill time. What a strange sentence, but okay. Okay, good luck in there.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? I'll fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night, but it doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me. I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen Nejima after I ran into him last night, however. You said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor I would like to ask you. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. The curse stone? What are you on about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer now. Alright, we lack time. I'll confess, I'm a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is dangerous item, y'all. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Miss Yamamori possesses supernatural powers, akin to those of a god. He also has a deep love for the land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. He cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant. So you're telling me the Queen of Hihako is a real live witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There's a sorcerer by the name of Sugen Komyodo, who is gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over the curse stone at once. Very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. We have 6. 6? Wow! I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at a risk of being cursed. It seems we are on the same page. If that is the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now? And I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to, but I promise I'll return with it later. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume? How prudent of you. I'll oblige. And that's how it went. So they aren't after the right after all. Wouldn't be so quick to trust him, huh? I believe we are dealing with the master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like really? 6? That's excessive. Well, now I feel gullible. The company is plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul ranks. Perhaps the people at Hyaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. As the chairwoman is a witch. I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Alchemy was either making it up on as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. Whoever spreads that Hyaku's chairwoman was his godlike powers. They could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. That's settling. We should avoid Hyaku for the time being. It'll be a pain if I have to deal with Takumi again. Yeah. Back in the Edo period, the canal known as the Salvargasuri ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. It's a bit away from Kinshisho Station or Ryokoku Station, though it's still considered a nice area. The stories of the ever-burning lantern and the foot-washing mansion both took place around here. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road as well. This is quite a lively area, I suppose you could call it somewhat of the city center. Okay, do we have anything else? No. Then we talk. By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. What's that? People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hyaku employee. Really? So long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I've reason to believe Hyaku's soaps is deeply involved with the 7 mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you, I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. How interesting that Queen of Hyaku, or the Witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the right of resurrection. Like some kind of dark fairy tale. Regardless of what it is, or isn't true, we must stay one step ahead. And then we go to the park. We here. This is Midaoshi Park. Ayami Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. This place is connected with the story of the Taiko of Tsugaru. Not only that, Katsushika Hakusei's home was also in this area. That might be why Aomimi chose to live here. It's actually a really good point. It's always heartwarming to see children playing in the park. Rishta seems to like kids, perhaps because they are on the same wavelength. We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't I go and check out Ayami's apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I would prefer to get any idea of what she's been up to. I would like to see whether she's been home or not. Just to potentially get the trace on her movements. Then be my guest. Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, man. So, nothing? I'm afraid so. He still hasn't returned. However, I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. Interesting. You've got a sharp eye to have noticed them despite them being so covered. What can I say? It's part of my job. However, I had to refrain from knocking on the door or looking through her windows. I wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. You were planning to go for that far? No one makes so much progress sticking around here. What a waste of time. We should move on quickly. The ice go it is. Here we are at Ground Zero, Kamagata High School. I guess it's logical that the police got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school's closed. Okay, Odd, how are you doing, dear? The news has attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? It works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. It seems the officers are still inspecting the scene. Entry has been strictly prohibited. Glad to hear. He appears to be wary of those police officers. Maybe the police really do have something against private investigators, just like in those detective novels. Well, I'm doing good. This place is said to be connected with the story of the Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if the curse bearers decided to turn up. I'm not really looking forward to tonight when I hang out with my friends for the virtual market. So I'm doing quite good. However, I need to find out if that teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled since they don't know about the curses. You can ask around and see what the students have to say. Yeah, I'll inquire. Alright, I'll go ask the students about Michio. I'm back, ma'am. So what did you learn? That school kicks sure love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Mr. Janoshi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best. That's surprising. Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought. But there was one story that caught my attention. Oh? Some believe that Michio is the one who killed Mr. Janoshi. Really? The story got two pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently, he's been mumbling that Michio was going to kill him for some days now. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students. And then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that usually don't stay a secret for long. As for the other piece of evidence, a pig-tailed girl in her school uniform was seen around school late last night. Go on. Although numerous people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some are proposing it was Michio brought back to life, or that it was her vengeful spirit. But it's not like Michio, the only high school girl to wear pigtails. This rumor might have been made up just to fan the flames. But if it were true, I would want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping. If she's alive, that would be a deal. There's still one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. The student had a list of student addresses on hand. That's an amazing find. I believe all of the students actually have a copy of said list. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should be confidential information. Imagine what would happen if that information got into the wrong hands. Well, so far it hasn't, no? Sure, let's hope it stays that way. In the meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio Shirashi's house. I can't imagine the students are uneasy after learning of the murder. It may do them well to stay home for some time, not for fear of their safety. The police are probably too wrapped up in solving the case to be concerned about the students' mental health. I can see that. It's important that society provides a safe environment for the benefit of our youth. Some school policies could use some rewriting, especially those handling the students' personal information. That's right, I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again. I expect criminals to grow more cunning as time passes. There may be times where the authorities can't keep up. Oh yeah, I do. Lockdown sickness. What's this about? Actually, just forget I said anything. The talk is completed. Surroundings, everything. Okay, and the final thing is we think Michia's home. I would expect her family might be able to tell us more about not a topic to bring up so soon after a suicide. Alright, see you on the other side. However, it's normal for a high school girl to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activity. So sickness is cousin. I see. then it better stays private. Now you're exposed. Just change the name and then we're fine again. How did it go? I went to visit Michio Shirashi's family home. However, no one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door, and all the lights were out. It seems to have been empty for a while now. There was a stack of newspapers out front. I'm doing good. Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. I met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out the Shirashi's reputation really went down the dumps this past year. Is that so? I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Their previous residence was in a better part of the town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in return. So far, so good. What happened? Well, as I said, their reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man, recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband, had moved into the household. His name was apparently Kankishiro Iwai. But gossip was something else. Somehow everyone knew his name. So, what of this Iwai character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him to not hit Michio. It's terrible. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Throughout this, the Shirashis standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day, and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. It sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. It's awful. And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned to their home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with the Shirashis entirely and seemed relieved that things finally quiet down again. It seems that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living here. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish for nothing in the first place? I've heard many stories where one partner's personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Oh. So you came here too. What is it? Would you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter? Oh. So here we cannot continue until we solve those two. So I assume we have to go with him. Let's start here. Near the Shirashi household. It seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. I don't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go alone. Alright, I'll go check the house. It's quiet. This place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going. But it seems like everyone's decided to stay inside because of the recent incidents. Ariel's off shaking the Jirashi's household. I'll just wait until he gets back. Oh, you're back. No luck, boss. No one home? Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but nobody came to the door. Glanced in the windows, but there was no sign of activity inside either. I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed into the mailbox. Looks like no one's home right now. Let's try again later. Ariel looks kind of disappointed. Not much we can do if there's not a home. Let's go somewhere else now. What? It would leave only the high school. That wasn't where we had that scene just now. Hurry up, Kamagata High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kinda wandering around aimlessly. And the news of the dead teachers also attracted a fair share of rubberneckers. The atmosphere is kinda tense with the many cops around. The school gate will stay locked while forensics inspect the scene of the incident. Looks like they are still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. Is there something in my shirt? Don't tell me I stink. No, not Shikima, I need Shirashi. Not the one we're looking for. Hey, Eva, the common-law husband of Michio's, Shirashi's mother, Toshiko Shirashi. And Kishiro started coming and going from the Shirashi household. A little over a year ago, it seems he has served some time in prison. The details are unknown. There's Toshiko. Telling me Toshiko is not the suspect. Yeah. Michio Shirashi. Michio was a second-year student at Kumagata High School. He was found deceased 1 week ago in a black alley of South Wagasuri Street. The entire broken and severely contorted. Police determined that Michio committed suicide by jumping from a nearby apartment building. As there was no suicide note, the police based their conclusion on interviews with Michio's peers. Michio was an honor student with a good head on her shoulders. and consistently excellent grades, making her a favorite among the teachers. Although she appeared somewhat reserved, she had a positive outlook on life and a courageous spirit. Michio and Yako formed a long-lasting friendship during childhood, with Yako's unbending, uncompromising attitude deeply influencing Michio. However, beneath her strong exterior, Michio had been pushing herself too hard and keeping her emotions bottled up, to the point that they risked overflowing. Following her father's death 3 years ago, and moving to a new house, Michio began avoiding Yako. Although the two remained in the same area of town and attended the same high school, they gradually grew further apart. Yako herself wrote for a childhood friend, but incapable of wading into the complexities of Michio's home life, kept her distance. The days passed, and though Michio longed to confess everything to Yako, the moment to do so never came. Michio carried an old talisman, a memento of her father, with her in all times. Yako is a student in Class 2C
Adlings
at
are invading
Komagata
the
High
void for
School.
90 seconds.
Unable to combat why her childhood friend and classmate Michio Shirashi committed suicide, he attempted to investigate the incident herself. However, he was unable to make any progress, and feeling desperate, invited transfer students Mio Karasu to join her in performing a spirit rap art ritual. Born and raised in Hanyo, Sumida City, Yako's family has owned and operated the beloved candy shop Sennoa since the establishment in the early Showa era. Despite her modest appearance, Yako is a cheerful and vivacious young woman with a sense of duty and compassion so strong that she is easily moved to tears. She is also a bit quick-tempered and quarrelsome, always prepared to stand up against those who harm her family or friends. It is possible, however, that this readiness to fight is more driven by an innate love of chaos. Yako's winning streak against arrogant boys and scraps since she was a child remains unbroken, and is the source of considerable stress for her mother. Mio transferred to Class 2C at Komagata High School about 2 months ago. Although she is an extremely mild-mannered young woman, she exudes a somewhat off-putting dark aura, which makes it difficult for her to form friendships. Mio has, however, found a friend in her classmate Yako Shikazaki, and has begun opening up to her little by little. The truth of the matter is that Mio is the apprentice of a famous psychic. Possessing exceptional spirit sense, she takes on the troublesome task of surreptitiously handling spiritual disturbances that break out in schools across Tokyo before they become a problem. She transferred schools frequently as a result, and thus has trouble making human friends. He has already solved an incident at Komagata High School involving a female student possessed by a spirit. Although she takes effort to hide her spirit sense, many develop an impression that Mio has a deep knowledge of the occult and the paranormal upon first meeting her, leading her to be anxious that her secrets have been exposed. The most common comment he receives is that she seems to get along well with grass and black cans. Hi, Sylph. How are you doing, dear? Mayu is a petition, and the fiancé of Hajime, Yoshimi, a police officer with the Sumida Police Department, whose current whereabouts remain unknown. Do we have? No. Yoshi Shikino? No. That's also no clue. Nope. Nothing that really probably helps us. Ideally, we could talk to someone who was involved in the incident. Easier said than done, though. What can we do? This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of the food's possession, and of course where the teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? Alright, speaking of schools. What is it? You said Paranormal Affairs can't help us right now. Why don't we get that psychic high schooler you mentioned to help us? A lot of the people involved in this case led it back to the high school anyway, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young expert the opportunity to shine. When you become such a smooth talker. Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout the area. Probably is, but we don't have anything here. And he's lost looping here. Both are still dead ends, huh? Oh my god, our high school gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made out of wood. This place looks safe and sturdy. Yoshimi also looked out of these students as a Sumida city officer. Juvenile delinquency has been a growing problem for years now. This school is no exception. Definitely have more things to do here than with the other group. It probably is, but we don't have the means to contact anyone. So all we could do, now moving back to the neighborhood, since we do not have any other spot here. Here we actually have Nope. We haven't gotten the mockingbird yet. But besides the mockingbird, there really is nothing. Maybe yeah, it seems like suspending is our only option right now. And we have to go to Hitomi, even though this one ended with them. Alright. So if I select that one again, does it put me back again? Yeah, it seems so. Man, let's check the other locations. Maybe we don't get it with every single one here. Candy jam. Senoia. Yep. Same thing here. Let's go through every single one nonetheless, because it might be a drink. Oh my god, a branch. And so, I already see that it is one of those. Is it really that we just have to go back to the school then? Why then the option? It really seemed like a complete dead end. What the? We have a... Okay, let's read the flavor text here. Oh, never mind. This is exactly what we did. Okay, never mind. What could give us clues? Juvenile delinquency. The midpoint of the Showa era saw a marked increase in delinquency among young people. A wave of the violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students, and often involving weapons, consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Basozuku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during the period, and pompadored Yankees and female sukuban delinquents became a common sight on the street. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to a universal education policy or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the education system. Katsushika Hakasai. The 36 views of the Mount Fuji, the Great Wave of Kanagawa. I love this painting so much. Like, when it comes to traditional painting, this style here specifically is definitely my favorite. A master ukiyo-e artist in 1760 to 1849, Hakasai was active during the late Edo period, considered to be the golden age of ukiyo-e in Japan. Born in Onyo, Hakasai spent most of his life in the area known as Sumida City. Among his most famous works are the 36 views of Mount Fuji and the Hakasai manga. Hakasai was a prolific artist from a young age and has left behind a wide variety of works, producing an estimated 30,000 pieces during his lifetime. Though the general popularity of the ukiyo-e declined during the Meiji period, Hakasai remained a core figure at the center of Japanism movement. providing inspiration for countless artists around the globe. Despite his fame, Akasai himself was said to be rather indifferent to money or decorum, and lived a life that quite appropriately resembled that of a whimsical and otherworldly scenes often depicted in Akio. Though he went by many names in his latter years, he took on the title at Gakyo Rojin Manji, or the Old Mad Painter. Akasai lived to be 90 years old and never lost his passion for art. 90 years? 90 years is a lot for that era. You normally do not get that old. We don't need the burrow. Nope, we don't need that either. This is also nothing. This is also nothing. Okay, let's read through the school. That's the only thing that could give us a hint here. Our co-educational municipal high school with 632 attendees. Its name is commonly shortened to Koma High, although it's opened as Honyo First Middle School in 1943. Subsequent revisions to its enrollment policies saw it change its name, becoming Komagata High School. The school strives to instill its students with the 3 S of Sumina: sound morals, social responsibility, and strength of spirit. But success has been limited, plagued by delinquency. It has been forced to turn to temporary employees to compensate for its high staff turnover. And its sports clubs face challenges with its inner-city location and small campus. Its traditional culture research club is thriving, however, even issuing regular bulletins in collaboration with a local records office. God damn, it's difficult. Oh, we are missing a lot. It's good that we have an overview of them. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alright. Alright. Then let's see. We had a loss here, definitely. I think those two come together into this one. We'll probably have to go here, and everything, like, when we go here, everything leads to the same ending. Let's start from the conversation again, and then maybe we missed something. So you're telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you. Here's you. Yeah, right after I transferred here, there was a bit of a trouble. They gave me one of those, what was it? Exorcism. Huh? So, that's what it was. Did you hear about Mr. Janoshi? Not about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. You saw it happen. Tell us about it. What happened exactly? I don't really know myself. It was pitch black. But I can tell you. It was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden, ran out on the ground like something was chasing him, then screamed. Somebody help me. Forgive me, Michelle. Something like that while he was running around. Michelle? You mentioned Michelle. Was there anyone else out on the grounds? It was too dark to see from where I was, but just for a second I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair and braids. Oh. I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. And I heard him begging for his life like I was wrong, that I'll do anything. Then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped, even though he was just standing there. His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him. He fell over and quit moving, so I thought I better get out of there. Then he croaked. That's all I saw. You see. But from what you've told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Janoshi and killed him. Now if I know anything about that, I'm just telling you what I heard him say. I cannot do anything with the environment just yet. Janosi's staff. Did you tell him that story to the police? Nope, I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they've believed such an insane story anyways. Right. There must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. Oh, he did? Sorry to hear that. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed, pisses me off. You've got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. Huh? It wasn't. Yeah, this was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that was hard enough for you. That's all I know about that asshole style. Emil, I've been thinking about something. I wish the way she described it reminded me of something. The way Mr. Janoshi died, it sounds a lot like how Michio died. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up. Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curse of the 7 mysteries hadn't manifested when she died. And if we can't trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident. Oh, right. That's all I know about the dance hall staff. Okay, then we go to the mysticism. Wait a minute, were you possessed by some kind of evil spirit? I don't understand it all the way myself, but I can say for sure is, thanks to Mia, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. Yep, some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been very hard. So that's how it works, huh? Do people also have their personality taken over when they're possessed too? It is possible that spirits will have a very close relationship to the target, like siblings or a parent and child. But you almost never hear about being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear. Though the seances of whatever you see on TV are all buggers. Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call. No, there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense or a deep connection with the person, but even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the persons they possess. And even if they could, it would only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with. But if that's the
Adlings
case,
are invading the void for 90 seconds.
would you not know if you were choosing that behavior of your own will or not? That's why there are lots of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Though the spirit may influence the behavior and memories of the host, the deeper their connections in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is pretty complicated, huh? It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Whatever might happen to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. It's not like being able to see them is your fault either. The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack of it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too with a little training. I think I pass. So that's why you would do the job you do, huh, Mia? I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up. All of a sudden saying she was gonna exercise me. If I hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out. I tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything. You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain. They only accept my explanation after they see the results. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Hitomi, last night before you witnessed Mr. Janoshi's collapse, that's what he and you were doing in the classroom. You're gonna tell the cops? Oh, right. With everything that happened with Mr. Janoshi. I suspect you if we told them we saw you with him last night. Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. We wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. Well, last night, that piece of shit Shinoji called me over here, acting like he was gonna attack me or something. But how terrible. Whatever, I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. calling people worthless at the cancer in society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was the only one always acting like scum, if you ask me. That's so. Could you tell us in more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night? It's hard to explain. Where to start? What did you mean by Genosis acting like scum? You doing something bad? You know Michio Shirashi, right? The girl who killed herself? Huh? Michio? I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her. Call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted. What? What do you mean when you say whatever you wanted? I leave it to your imagination, nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved with. No way, that's... Wow. What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this? Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down. You got guards acting like you were her friend. But now she really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt sure she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. Oh, how terrible. Nejima, how do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. You ran off in a panic when I yelled at him, asking what he was doing. Walked in on him. I couldn't just leave her alone, looking like she was about to cry. I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that had happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. Why? She probably thought she just had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. Oh. She didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them. That's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. You knew about it. Why didn't you? You're trying to say it's my fault? She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell, what more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? There's no point in blaming Hitomi. Why? Can you hear what this dirt was? Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing us since about a year ago. All that long. The dick probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye, you know? There must be some reason. Oh no, got nothing to do with me. So last night, how did it start? Right? Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple of days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all. He was a rough guy, but good at looking out for folks. Now he was the only one I could talk to. Huh. So there was someone like that with the police. Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. He told me that she was like me when she was my age, and that she was on my side. It must have been a terrible loss for her too. Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died. Oh no. Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to the park, and he'd listen to whatever it was I was pissed off about. That day he called me over there like usual, but something seemed off about him. Like he was worried about something. Worried about something? Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. That was pretty unusual. A favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold it on to him. A talisman? Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's in, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. That wasn't all. Then he told me he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio Shirashi had that looked like this one. Michio? What does she have to do with this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were all together, he noticed that she had like a special talisman or something. But apparently, Michio always avoided the subject. Talisman that Michio had. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said. Could there have been something that Michio couldn't tell even the police about? I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about Yonoshi's was doing to her. Not to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. Michio, what is that? That's such a strong grip on you. Oh, basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eye on Michio's, but a talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it from him. Is there something special about the two talismans? Wonder why he gave it to you? Now if I know, when I looked inside it, it's just a weird kind of grimy scrap of wood. So you've seen inside it, but from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass. I figured he had to be serious about it. Oh, and since he died right after that, yeah, he even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans, give them to a guy named Nakagashi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, probably felt that something was gonna happen to him. Nakagashi? You know him? No, I've just heard the name. I think. So there's really is a Nakagashi. It's a relief at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring it at that guy's last request. Itami. Yeah? That talisman, would you mind if I had a look at it? Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. Oh, okay. So last night you were looking for the talisman Michio had? Yeah. And I figured the piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, I can't talk about it now. Come to the school tonight. He even gave me the code to the lock and the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out. I wouldn't be surprised if he's used it for secret meetings before. Ah, I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in. Oh yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. Nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and about how it was my fault and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Are you okay? Yeah, that's right. When you two showed up, I was able to get away with you. You know, she was freaking out. Oh my gosh, good thing you got away. So it's really all thanks to you two that I got away? And I didn't get any info about the talisman. The whole thing was sort of a bust. Though I was wondering what you two were up to, so I hid nearby. And I saw you and old man Yoshimiya talking. And then Mio showed up. You did? It's also why I saw Janoshi come back outside and bite in. See? So you were only here to look for Michio's talisman. I was damned to fall for that creep Janoshi's trap so easy. Could have gotten a lot worse, but I lucked down. What you described does sound like Michio's killed Mr. Janoshi. You did have a reason to hate him after all. No way! You mean that really was a ghost? Like for real? Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it would usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets. Wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then supposing what the spirit board said is true, and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is. Don't you think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation? I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. And that's all I know. Yippee. I gotta look for the talisman. Thank you, Itomi. If you two find out anything about Michio's talisman, well, we'll be sure to let you know. Thanks. Can we get your contact info? Where can we normally find you? Right, I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We'll call her if we need to talk with you. And, what is it? You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kind of scared at first, but not anymore. Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later. Don't die out there, okay? Thanks, we'll be careful. Alright then. Got a lot of new information. Unlike Mr. Hiroshi was killed by a curse just as we thought. Which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact. Multiple? I think so. Yes, the curse echo experience in this school and the one that killed Mr. Janoshi seem to be different. The people in the school at the time, other than us, were Mr. Janoshi, Itomi, and old man Ashimiya, who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in the school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Mr. Janoshi's pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right, that's why I say there's a multiple. Oh wait, the person who killed Mr. Janoshi would have to be one or two. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or old man Ashimiya. Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them. That said, The mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Jonashi thought it was Michio. That was attacking. Makes me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh, I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Arashi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely he's involved with the curses, given that he's the one doing research of the rite of resurrection. Oh, we'll have to be careful of old man Ashimiya and Mr. Arashi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what to do now, I'd like to find is responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off and how they did it. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it as it starts. That makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly? We need to talk to Mr. Arashi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try looking for him. Got it. I'll help in any way I can. The school's closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where to go with that? No. Where that guy goes, I don't know. But I know. We know. Maybe it works this time. We know that the girlfriend of the policeman is here. Maybe we can find out something about that. And that leads us further, but... Okay, so we did not miss anything here. What are we missing? Okay. We had that. Let's get everything that we already had. We had that. And then we had that. Okay, so now this line is repeating, right? Which means... Is there anything we can make use? We have the school ball, we have the gymnasium. I don't know. Check the other one again. And we did that, then. Okay, this is just repeating. Well, let's let them go and come back again. Oh wait, we have to do it this way. He goes. We just wait. It goes back. There's no lag. Okay, I give up. I check online on what we have to do. I made a loss here. Extremely at a loss. Paranormasight on you. We have a name to all of those story charts. Let's check this one first, because I think this is a pre-requirement for this one. This one is called Hitomi's Help. I'm so at a loss. At least I'm not alone. There are a lot of people apparently that are. Wait. Okay, this is a pain in the ass design choice, if this is true. Okay, so if it's true, then we have to send the girls to the high school. How should you fucking know that? Without any hint possible, you send them here, and then you switch to the prospect detective sign, and then you should be able to progress according to this thread. If this is true, if this is really it, then Square Enix, what the fuck were you thinking? At least give a hint then. Let's start from the beginning. Go. Oh my god, nice go. Yeah, and here they are. Oh, what the? Why? Jesus Christ, this is a very bad design choice. Oh my fucking god. I'm so mad at this right now. How was I supposed to know? So we click through everything here again, just that we have that one lit again. So that if anything changes about those things, we know. Now we click through that. That's... Oh, boss, what is it? You want to talk to those girls? I do. Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Ariel. Oh, what? What the bad design choice. Ah, my fucking on. Hey, aren't you? You must be that ice ghost skirting the child labor laws who have heard so much about. Say that again. Sorry about that. He's with me. Mr. Tsuzumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I would prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want, plus a stream. Wait, really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to the fancy sushi place. Oh, yeah, like one of those places in Ginza. I've never been. Let's go. We got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are at our service. Oh, hold on now. What just happened? I never said I would. Sushi? Looking forward to it, boss. Wait, since when were you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand-up. Huh? You want to talk to me? Probably the better half of asking me out. Fair enough. It's usually easier to let Ariel do the talking when it comes to young people then. We only have a day. It'll be quicker if I take the reins this time. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of fruit. Let's see how this plays out. Forensics is still investigating the area. Didn't really want to bring the kids to a place like this, but there were too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it would be good to have Neil look around the scene too. This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? This random girl you know is already involved with the game.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
So, how much have you been able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Hanyo. It allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to get the soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. At least, that's my hypothesis. Sounds about right so far? As I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the rite at the locales of the 7 mysteries. We have managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Breach. I got 3 already. Wow. We have the cursed stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me now. That's me. Yako, the girl standing behind me now. She does. You're right. We could take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two then. Thank you. Please keep collecting the other cursed stones. I've been looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school. You were here last night? Yes, you see. You two were using a spirit mode? That's so cool! So that's when you ran into the curse echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, you managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The curse echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and leg. What? A woman missing an arm and leg? That's... What? Was it not the one-sided reed? The 7 mysteries. I think it was the one-sided reed. There was once an infamous rogue by the name of Tommaso who fell for a woman named Okoma. Tommaso persistently chased after Okoma, attempting to win her heart over and over again, but she rejected advances each time. Enraged by her indifference this time, Tommaso brought a dagger to a canal near Ryogoku Bridge and attacked Okoma. Yeah, okay, there's the one. Alright. The one-sided reed. This is bad. Huh? What's so bad about that one? You idiot! Think. The curse bearer of the one-sided reed is... Ooh. Right, it was Nejima, right? Where's that Nejima guy? They say a nun. I still go with Nejima. I think he claimed that. Fumishika Nejima, he admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. Wait, but if that's the case, Nejima might have been here last night. What? I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... who's Nejima? No clue. So this is Yako Sakazaki. She was Miss Mio. Could she be a friend? Can Mio finally make a friend? If she did, it would do this old man's heart good. You'd better not say that out loud. Don't want to make her look bad. Okay, she still says that. About Fumishika Nejima. So Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadow for his own nefarious purposes. Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today. And he's trying to get your daughter too. That's why we've been trying to find him. But to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. But just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night? Well, as far as we know, it was us, Mr. Janaji, and one of our classmates, Hitomi. Don't forget about old man Ashimiya. Wait, Hitomi? You mean Hitomi Okuda, second-year student? Well, yes, why? Us? So she was here last night. I saw Hitomi earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did? You talked to her? Yes. Would you mind if he asked you a few questions about that? Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. I see. Don't worry, this is about a different matter. A different matter? You mean about that police officer, Mr. Yoshimi? You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him? Yes, she did, actually. Let's talk about Nejima more. We're talking about people who were at school last night. There was one more person, though. I'm not too clear on the details. Was someone else? Apparently, he told me he actually saw Mr. Janoshi getting cursed and get killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information. What she said happened was... Michio was the one who killed Mr. Janoshi? Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. It must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Janoshi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been there. That was Michio and none. And boss, do you think it really could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, he does have plenty of reason to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejima was behind Janoshi's death. What about Hitomi's story? About this janitor. Yoshimiya, was it? Oh, it is he. Do you know how long he's worked here? Huh? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to the school though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. Let's see. Thanks, I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all of this. Huh? Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after they are released. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation, you see? What are you... No way! Here we go, have the officers apprehend the janitor. You work the night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room had been empty all the morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Yoshimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere. That all but confirms it. There's one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He would always avoid it. Ariel, call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. We can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ right away. Oh my, I didn't expect this at all. Yeah, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? Can't believe it. The curse bearer on top of that. To think he was so close to us this whole time. It gave me the chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at the high school. Let's hope it isn't already too late. Oh, I may have shown Ashimiya my girls down last night. I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then could it have been old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building too. What? You did? It's a good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. Mia Kurosuzo. He's like a disciple of the paranormal affairs chief. Right that she helps out with the investigation free of charge under the guise of training. Although she's my old boss's protege. She helped me out plenty while I was in the paranormal affairs. May look meek, but she's got a strong spirit sense, sharp instincts, and courage. Plus quite the brain to back it all up. That said, I can't help but think there's some kind of darkness following her around. This is too much. I hope we're finding soon. Come on. Long arm of the law, help us. about the mastermind behind the Feast of Shadows. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadows, it would help if I knew more about the curses of the 7 mysteries first came around. In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crappy researcher guy. I mean, Mr. Arashi. I would very much like to talk to him. Alright, he's a teacher you do, isn't he? You would know him already. You might be more inclined to talk to if it's one of his students doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. The cafe? Oh, Kurokikyo Cafe in Kamizawa. Thanks. We head over there now. School rules say they were not allowed to go to cafes now. Don't worry about it, I'll allow it. Thank you. It's all a thing. There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. Want to find out why. Don't Hitomi Okuda. Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did. What was it? Yoshimi gave her her talisman. Yes, apparently he also asked her to look for another one just like it, and then Michio had. What kind of talismans could they be, boss? Doesn't ring a bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important. Did they find the talisman of Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Right. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I would like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. He never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi. I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though. You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a calm. But I doubt that'll be enough for her. He really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then. Do you think she'd talk to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? Oh, they have. She told us about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her. Alright, then we better find her fast. We haven't been able to reach her. That's a little worrying. Mayo Shizawa. Well, we'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay, I would be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Oh, right. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event of something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. What? So it was a Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her then? Could you check on that? I will, but, well, I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes. Nakagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. Never spoken to him himself. All of Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. Please, what's up with that? An amulet Hitomi was looking for maybe the missing puzzles piece for this mystery. Oh, I finished everything here. The thing you mentioned about Michio earlier. Something about a grudge? You don't know anything about her? What's your relation? Her friend. was actually planning to resurrect her at first. Ah, I see. We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Tell her, Uriel. Alright. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though. Okay. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide but a vehicular collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide. What? A van? Speeding? Echo? What's wrong? Are you okay? A van? There's a young man in the driver's seat. Wait. A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. In the passenger seat. A woman? Hello? Yes? Wait, sorry. Are you back now? How do you feel? Covered in sweat. Yeah, I'm okay. I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. No problem, as long as you're okay. That was quite the surprise, though. Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he? Well, he didn't give me any specifics if you're wondering about that. So I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea why your Shonoshi was so scared at Michio? Well, about that. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but... I see. Well, I have expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. It's hard to explain. I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. I have to hydrate. No. What happened? This talk is revealed completely. This one has something open, which means... What's that rope all about? It indicates where Jonos's body was found. He removed his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found. Yikes, that's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are. Ugh. Poor little Irio, you're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. I'm pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently. Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene, you're right. Traces of a curse still linger here. I figured as much. Does that mean Jonoshi was killed by one of the curses of the 7 mysteries? Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace. Wow, Mir, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess. No, I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone has been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat? Stop it, Mr. Tsuzumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. That's amazing. You're a professional. You think? Totally. You're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome. When you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. Hey boss, forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Thanks. Plus, they found this on the ground, short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon? Yeah, the kind you use to tie up your hair. But I've seen that ribbon before. You have? Go on then. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. What? Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We put them together. It has to be ours. Did she come back to life somehow? But how? If it was Michio and it came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got her revenge on Janoshi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Well, what about the guy who killed her in the collision? If she really did come back to life, it is terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with the revenge, it's such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that that's all we can tell you. Don't worry, you were a big help. Thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Mayu Shozawa. It might be worth it to check Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations if anything happens. Go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you, and good luck. We'll go talk to Mr. Rashi about a way to lift the curse. Alright. Boss, let's get going whenever you're ready. We'll leave the curse lifting to the girls, while we go looking into for Nejima and Jozawa. There's also the matter of Yoshimi's tennis. And we won't get anything done staying here. We better get a move on. Well, let's go with that since this was the earlier one. And this game has good music. Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. The name's Junirio. Well, I would hardly call myself a lady, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here's the Berlin Chief Inspector Suzumi, and yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting or putting me down. Are you two detectives? This is my client, Mrs. Haru Shigima. Of course, is a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A big wig named Shigima. Boss, you know of this guy? Shit, I've heard the name, but you know I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. There's no need to worry. I'm my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy again this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. I ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. Or rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull. Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all criminals with a smile. That's our motto. How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on 1 second. This is the first time hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. He seems like he's got a lot of experience working in the streets. Most of the officers I know are the bureaucratic desk jockey types. Contrast is rather striking. Young man, young and energetic detective. He seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer just like him. It seems they were acquainted, but also like they haven't talked to him in a long time. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. And that is, do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Hanyo? Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly... With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. You insist. What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? Don't know much. Heard of the 7 mysteries, but this talk of curses eludes me. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Come to think of it, I heard some things about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. Wait a second. I assume they were talking about you, investigator. Well, I won't argue with that. Strange and conspicuously dressed in white. And as it turns out, I was here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary? Guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Well, Riches is a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but here I'm interested in hearing what you've got to say. Something is happening in Onyo, isn't there? Must be something big if they've got you head office guys on it. Well, I guess it's alright. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we are about to say, Richter. Oh, so by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul ranks to perform the rite of resurrection. And these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Hanyo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you either. I figure the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to the curses. To get this situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. Never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this all. But if we're talking shady characters, who was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Barragassera Street? He had an average build. He was anxious. He was searching for prey. Boss, what do you think? We're considering the location could have been Hideki Arashi. We already got his curse down. Impressive, you two are working great. Do you see anything else? Not that I can remember. It's a shame. If I see any characters who look like they might be carrying a curse down, it would be a huge help if you let us know. Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you could lend a hand on our case too? With the number of people we can't track and finding missing persons happen to be your specialty, no? I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith of my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come. I see. Well, can't say that's not fair. What do you need a private investigator for anyway? The cops should have plenty of bright bugs to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we're dealing with here. What brings you here, Richter? The honor case? That's right, I'm picking up the police's flag. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year. I remember now. With the Towery Shigema from the kidnapping case. Huh? Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Munesada Shigima's grandson was kidnapped. It must have been your son, ma'am. Indeed, the story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret. And unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case. An investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. Well, they were never caught the culprit, huh? That's rough. So your findings have brought you to this place, then? Right, an individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to. That's right, as of last week they're deceased. We hope to talk to the family. No one was at home when I checked the last time, so we figured we'd try again. Interesting. Huh? By the way, that reminds me, Richter. Yes? Is that the person who used to live here died last week? You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shirashi by chance? You knew? I thought so. It seems like we're here for the same reason then. Seriously? Michio was involved with curses and magic. Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi. Alright, Hajime Yoshimi. That's right, he died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard. It was a most unfortunate loss. So there's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. I think she had something to do with the kidnapping. Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn, I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Or, to tell you the truth, you believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Janoshi? So he wasn't just mumbling nonsense. I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we've found point in that direction. Testimony? I mean, from those psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true, then... Did you figure something out? Kankishiro Iwai? Huh? Kankishiro Iwai, he'd be the next victim. We have to open the door to the Shirashi's house. We need to look inside. What's gotten into you? Boss? I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that would take. We can ask for permission later. Sure? Hey, Richter, calm down. We can just... And there he goes. Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Everyone, come quick and look at this. Whoa, what's up with this room, boss? There's a dead body in here. Whoa, could that be Michio's dad? Nah, he's a stepdad at best, if dead. The body of Kankashira Iwai. Not tapped about it. This man's a goner. Real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I would say it happened last night. Area, you find Janose's body in the same stain. How did you mention it? It looked as though Koi Janose's dad died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shirashi. She is alive. She used the power of the curse to get back to the man who ruined her life. It's ridiculous. You're suggesting she actually revived? It's got to be that. And if she's alive, then... My apologies for interrupting. I know we've just arrived at an interesting plot point. Do you really think the dead girls is going on around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shirashi never died? But seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And so, I would have you answer me a question. Where in Hanyo was Michio Shirashi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? "8 o'clock morning?" Can only be the school, because it was already dawning. Yeah, that's the only place it can be. It cannot be the street here, because this definitely happened first. This happened when it was already dawn. So there's not enough time for the curse to work here. Those are utterly out of the question. Why would she be there? I mean, other than we were talking about she's in the river. But she wasn't dumped in the river. So... where was the place actually that she... This one should be the... If it's a trapped soul, she would be here, where she kinda got hit. But I'd still pick the school. Let's go with the narrative that she would still be alive, which I doubt. I think that her spirit is still in the street. Oh, I see. So that's what you think. Let's take a moment to reconsider what you know and choose again, shall we? Okay, then... the street. I see. Let's take a moment. Okay. I just go through everything now. One has to be right. I mean, there's not really a thing like production hall or something where crematorium or something. That would be where I would think she is. I think she's dead. Congratulations, you are correct. You got it wrong 11 times. Well, it's a trivial matter. It may have been easier to reach that conclusion had you considered the cause of death. Let's get back to the story then, shall we? I've taken up enough of your time. What? So you really think Michio Hirashi's alive? Just think it through, and it all becomes obvious. It tracks, but do you really think that girl could have managed all of this? First of all, Irio, go report this to HQ. Just to get it on the right way. But how did she fake her death? Start investigating this place. I'm sure it's lacking in stuff that needs looking at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person pasted on the wall over there. Oh. Whoa, now hold on. These photos. These are all from Ushika Nejima. Really, come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there's even more pasted up over there. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the reader shrine? Let's keep looking around. Look at these pictures of Fumishika Nejima cut out from the newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. I think the Shirashis are somehow connected to the Nejima case. Perhaps they did this as not to forget a grudge or something. Crazy to think Nejima might be involved in all of this too. Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a curse stone now. He announced that from sundown today he'll be going on a killing spree. Oh dear. There's an emergency search underway as we speak. No one's yet managed to get out of the bastard. He hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nejima murder either. You don't say. That's right, we talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say. You were the kid from back then. You were really brave. You did a great deed. Whether the detective I spoke with, I had no idea. So you two have met before. Fancy that. Been worried that Fumishika Nejima might bear some resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite the resentful time. Oh dear. That asshole, I wonder who put the idea into his head. And now he's got the wrong side rate too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Honyo at sundown. Seriously. On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge to me as well. Of all things, that man's gonna threaten to kill my daughter. Damn. That's quite the threat. Certainly you can't afford to stay put here. The fucker won't get us all nasty. When I finally get the arresting him, it'll be with a cool hand. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Eva and Fumishika Nejima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Nejima's location. Let's hope so. The person who put all of these photos up must have been obsessed with Nejima. They might have had some relationship to Nejima's victims, or perhaps was the opposite. The opposite. What if it wasn't loathing but admiration? But then... There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they are about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'll be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. It'll be a pain to look... Okay. Off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They are magic runes. They are used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time they are useless imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited about it. Oh my. Who knew the chief inspector was such an expert for the occult? I just chanced up on that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all. Really? Dead serious? Jesus Christ. Looks like the things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual or whatever was something he attempted to do recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. I think Eva was the one chanting. Not to say, could have been one of the Shirashis as well. If we look through those books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they were trying to do. This sliding door leads to the kitchen. It barely fits the frame. This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside? Huh? I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things, right? Right, here he is near. Let me take a look at it. It's just close in here. Not much variety either. Didn't say they were big spenders. Well, I was hoping to find a kind of talisman here. But I guess we're not so lucky. Thank you anyway. With the window and storm shutter closed, no light gets in here at all. It's pitch black. The neighbors mentioned they started to keep their house shut like this not long ago. There's nothing around to confirm his identity. By the looks of him, I would say he's Kankishi or Ibai. I've seen him before. Heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, I would be better not to look so closely. It's amazing. Real is what it is. I kinda like that woman. What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wear clothes? It's not like I'm any with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. This seems to be a book on Western black magic. The same runes are written here alongside detailed description of the procedures. I suppose you could call those grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me though. I think this Eva guy was studying them. Perhaps to perform some kind of ritual. There are a bunch of handwritten notes besides the grimoires. Whatever it was, you were serious about this. Eva doesn't look the type to be into the stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here room is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous. Resurrection. Like this, right? I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. What is this? This looks like a journal. It's probably Evi's. A journal. His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he was writing a report for someone. Oh, wow. Now this is something. What is it? What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So this Kankishira Evi fellow, he'd been searching for a spell to restore you for years. He was into black magic from the start. He believed if he could learn to successfully perform the spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded after he acquired this grimoire. You don't say? This is starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Nejima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. But it's nearby too much of a coincidence. Likely not coincidence. It seems like Evi took an interest in Nejima's murders after it made the news. He admired him rather than passionately. You might even say he worshipped this man. Worship? Nejima, of all people. This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. Evi had been collecting these photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Nejima, he made sure to get into contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this, the thought of Nejima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, it's a shock to me too. For years we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Nejima murders. Been a mystery to us all from the very start. Wow, now wait just a minute. Do you think... No way. You think... That's right, the murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Nejima. You've got to be kidding me. So, that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic? That's what the evidence suggests. However, Nejima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but Evi had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff for fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Nejima and Evi were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You're telling me that Nutjob did this all for some hokey-pokey resurrection? Shit, resurrection? That means there must be someone Nejima wanted to bring back to life. That's it. That has to be it. Fucking hell, it all makes sense now. What is it? So about the Nejima murders. There's some information that's been kept from the public. Go on. We broke into the house and arrested him. We also found a baby. A baby. It was a girl, looked to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So, was Nejima the father? He told us he would found her under a branch. You found her? She was abandoned. I've heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers, so it's not without precedent. Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. But there's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Many believe Nejima's guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted. Back then, a lot of girls went missing. I remember all of that. Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant. Goodness. It's horrific. He killed her and dismembered her body. And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside of her. Don't misunderstand me. It was all speculation. On top of more speculation here. But I for one never believed that man would just take in a baby found under a bridge. I'm feeling sick. Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We were running on speculations back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child, and that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. It's just a theory, but my life would be a tad easier if it were true. It's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is a good guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests that he has an interest in the right of resurrection. Damn, you're right. And here I was thinking that he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector? Yeah? What happened to the child? Without a birth registrations on file,
Adlings
best
are
we could
invading
do
the
was
void
find
for
the
90
girls some
seconds.
suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. I'm glad she was taken care of. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in Levi's journal. We know Levi had managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Nejima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick. Right, he thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone... Please. Please. Especially when you are a big company as Square Enix. Please invest in thorough testing. Cause turns out someone gave him the idea? What? Please correct this if you see this. This is a bug. This is definitely a severe typo. Turns out someone gave him the idea. Get this. It was the one and only queen and chairwoman of Hihako Soaps herself, Natsui Mamori, the chairwoman of Hihako Soaps. So that's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The queen of Hihako has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived, and she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. Magic rituals and rites, she uses whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth and the like. So she would even throw her money at the cult. The places greed will take you. Uh, that brings us to Hideki Rashi. You presumably funded his research into the Rite of Resurrection as well. That's what it all points towards. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hyaku pounced at the rumors of the Rite of Resurrection. Starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's a convenient cover for if she's become young again. Godly powers? What's that all about? Ah, you can ignore that. Either way, I think Levi took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce the family into taking him in to keep a low profile. The Shirasi's family, Mishu's, and her mother, Toshiko, are just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am? Huh? Is this something to do with me? Are you saying that? No, you can't mean. You've realized then? Perhaps. What was the name of her son again? Or what's her last name again? That's the better question. Shikima. Well, we don't have Shikima here, so Michio Shirashi's living sacrifice. No. Umeshika's child. Was the child? Yes, exactly. The child was the child. No. Jesus Christ. Kankishiro Iwai's child was the sacrifice. Kankishiro Iwai's child was the sacrifice. What, ma'am? Please come down. That wasn't it. No? Was I mistaken? Then what did you mean? Ma'am, please come down. Iwai moved in with the Shirashis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. Oh, it wasn't Iwai. This man. Iwai worshipped Nejima, so he must have also despised Nejima's detractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. He had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had the chance to both avenge Nejima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time. Fuck. You got it. Iwai kidnapped Haori Ishigima's son and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. You're telling me then that horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child? I thought there might have been a reason why the kid never seemed to be mocking the police. I never wanted money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. You must have used Nishio to lower your boy's defenses and then kidnapped him on his way back out. The man... He took Shuichi. Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand. I have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. This isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices. Just stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, ma'am, let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we get some fresh air? I can't believe this. This is... Steve, I think it's best we take our leave. But before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in this journal. Oh? Eva got in contact with Nejima last year. The Nejima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. That's so. He managed to find a hideout for Nejima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use his money to support the Shirashis, it seems most went to Nejima instead. If Nejima lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably in that hideout. You're right where it is. Unfortunately now, not that I can tell, but it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Nejima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up, among other things. What good is that information? The girl's already dead. Wait, no. He's alive. That's right. Michio Shirashi is alive. We can find her and get her to talk to you. You can get her to spill the beans on his hideout too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady is not well. So she isn't dead. But how did she trick Forensic in believing she's dead? A drug, maybe? Are you feeling better now that we've gotten some fresh air, ma'am? I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits. We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here. You're right, but Richard, be grateful towards Michio. Because she killed the kidnapper. There's that too. But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. So Rex, I mean. Hey, Richter. Whether the kidnapper's dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. The ranch won't bring my boy back. And if Nejima is planning to cause a massacre to collect soul drags, then all the better. I won't give up on resurrection. So I'm counting on you. That's some cold-blooded lady. Kinda like that. I kinda understand. Mother would do anything to get the kid back. Alright, let's jump into this. Up to the cafe. Oh, how convenient. You know, normally you've been breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. I'll be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police. Remember that? We know it'll be okay. So, what do you want to ask me? A cafe. I've never been to one before. How exciting. It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke, but... Oh. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the inside, alright. About my custom. If you would. Right, we wanted to ask you about this. Oh my, a curse down. An Okami mask. That must mean the fourth procession. You two were at the school last night. There of all places. Yako, you're one of them. You're a curse bearer. Please calm down, Mr. Arashi. Your reaction is too intense. It's kind of scaring me. I'm sorry about that. I'm afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it you wanted to know about your custom? What would be the best way to approach this? I kind of want to intimidate him. You're going to tell us about this thing? Is that any tone to take with the teacher? I could always tell people that you dragged us into a cafe by force. What? Are you threatening me? Damn it, fine. That's what you will. Thank you. Let's see. How's everything with the Rite of Resurrection and 7 Mysteries custom happening now? Oh, I'm taking an interest now that you received one of the curses, have you? You sound like a researcher starting your questions with our subject's origins. Mr. Arashi, you're not the one who triggered the curse, are you? No, I'm afraid I had nothing to do with it. Well, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. And do you know of the ancient Omoido, which are known as a Feast of Shadows? What is that? Something on the occult? Mr. Kurosuzu, you look like the type to be interested in those things. It's outside my field of expertise. In that case, why do you think the rite on curses have appeared now? I believe this is an intentional work of someone. Certainly nothing. Not something that would happen by accident. Why is it you want to know? Well, you may not tell us anything else if we say that we're trying to stop the curse. We need to make something right. You see, we just have such intellectual curiosity, and I think it could really help your research. I see. Now that you mention it, seems like he's reluctant to answer. Then how about... Disappointed, yeah? We figured you would know since you're so smart. How disappointing. How dare you? You make it sound like I'm stupid. You couldn't be more wrong. Do you realize how devoted I am to this research? Allow me to first elucidate you regarding the author of the Record of Fates. A special privilege, I might add, since I have yet to publish it in a paper. Yeah, okay. The Record of Fate was written 200 years ago, in the later half of the Edo period. It was written by a skilled but little-known emoji called Simon Sushimikado. This is important stuff. If nothing else, remember this. Simon Sushimikado? Never heard of him. I'm sure you haven't. He was born into a faint Omoji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, though his real name barely exists in his records. Oh, so it is written in the Record of Fates. As brilliant as Simon was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into researching the Rite of Resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with this forbidden ritual, he was expelled from his family and eventually found himself in Hanyo in Edo. The Record of Fates are the writings Simon recorded the road to Edo. I see. So he wrote how to perform the rite itself. The Rite of Resurrection makes use of Abe no Samai's specialty, the Taizan Fukun ritual, a means of communicating with the afterlife. It uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of the dead spirit it has been called. Oh wow! I never knew something like that existed. Thus it is a thought. The only ones who can use it are those with the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. So the Rite of Resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, when the soul dregs are gathered and infused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual, it can be completed. The contents written in the Record of Fates end there. There's no more. What about the 7 mysteries or the cursed stones? There's nothing written about them in the Records of Fate. The cursed stones are separate from the Rite of Resurrection. The curse is one used to enable one who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. How are the 7 mysteries related to the rite? Excuse me, Mr. Arashi. What is it, Miss Kurosawa? You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the Rite of Resurrection origin of the 7 mysteries of Hanjo are related somehow. Thank you for the aid. What proof did you have of that? You really know your stuff. But about that, it was somewhat sensationalized piece written for occult magazines. Oh, really? It was just nonsense then? Not exactly. Rather, it's not a complete fabrication. There's a basis up for it. That is. Well, I suppose there's no harm telling a couple students so passionate about this topic. Thank you. This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the Record of Fates. It was just after Simon arrived in Hanyo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Hanyo. A conflict over resurrecting the dead? I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. That is the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. I call this tragedy the Hanyo incident, and it has long been the subject of my research. And I suspect that this Hanyo incident might be the very origin of the 7 mysteries of Hanyo. And what you're saying is, the resurrection ritual at the root of the Hanyo incident is Simon's Rite of Resurrection. Yes, that is how the Record of Fates ties everything together. To put it in chronological order, first Simon brought the Rite of Resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point Simon was likely using a different name. Then, in Hanyo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite, the Hanyo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interest party, preventing it from being recorded in full history fully. Eventually, it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the Seven Mysteries of Hanya. It's more or less the cause of events. So that's how they connected. And if I'm getting this right, the Seven Mysteries were basically required to gather the soul drakes necessary for the ride. All the Seven Mysteries related to the ride. And there's more. With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I've become even more confident in my theory. Yes, the reason for it being the resentful memories of the Seven Mysteries etched into those who received the curse stones. Resentful memories? Yako, you really are a curse bearer. And when you obtained your curse stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind. I did. Exactly. Those memories are what happened in the final moments of the 9 who died in the Hanya incident. Broadly speaking, they involve dying while bearing some kind of deep resentment. The 9 victims became the 9 cursed echoes, which over time came to be spoken of as the Seven Mysteries, thus gathering the resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together. It will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honyo incident. It's why you must tell me what the resentful memory of your food's possession, Yago. Here, should I? Yeah, I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get. Okay, Mr. Rashi, I'll tell you about the memory of the food's possession. Excellent. So basically it's about a woman who died falling from a Yagura tower at a festival. Interesting. It's not that one then. Not that one? What do you mean? Among the 9 victims at the Honyo incident, that is to say the 9 curse echoes. One of them is Simon himself, so I suspect. So Simon was one of the victims at the Honyo incident too. Meaning an emoji as powerful as him also became a curse echo. Right, it would make sense that the cursed stone tied to a curse echo like that would be special. The power of a curse stone is different based on the curse echo. Here. And maybe with Simon's curse echo we could... Yes, we may be able to settle this whole situation. What are you two whispering about? Nothing, sorry. Mr. Rashi, how many of the resentful memories have you gathered so far? I've learned a number of them. The evergreen beans, the foot-washing mansion, the ever-burning lantern, and now the food's possession makes 4. Of those, the most important are the foot-washing mansion and the evergreen beans. What are they about? First, the foot-washing mansion. The emoji appears distinctly in this one. Really? But not Simon, I'm afraid. Simon? A female emoji who saw the right of a direction due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her legs, which she had always taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Simon. Actually, I think it's Simon. Yeah, I think it's Simon. The I at the end lengthens the E. The detective did well to escape this one. So a female emoji and revival of Simon was involved in the Honyo incident. That certainly is interesting. Next, the evergreen beach. The curse echo is from a craftsman of Netsuke carvings named Shinkishi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring back the dead. The right of resurrection. Precisely. The man Jingxi must have been in contact with Simon. If I could just collect all of those memories, everything will be revealed and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. That is the knowledge I desire. Meaning you need to gather as much information as you can from the curse bearers. Precisely. I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives, but they might not even find the other curse bearers, so I must take measures of my own. What's the trigger for the curse to occur? Another thing. Yeah. We never really finished about what the trigger for all this was. Well, I don't know. Really? You're not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtained the Record of Fates, right? How did you really get hold of the Record of Fates? To tell you the truth, we're in a race against time. It could be a disaster if we don't hurry. What are you talking about? Someone left a warning that at sundown today, they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nejima murders from 20 years ago. But something so terrible will happen. I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Mr. Arashi, please, tell us everything you know. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know anything. The truth is, I was given the records of fate by a woman. A woman? Well, her voice sounded like a woman's, but I didn't actually see what she looked like. 1 month ago, while I was investigating a night, I suddenly heard a formless voice. A woman's voice. It said, I entrust you with this ancient manuscript and the right of resurrection held within its pages. Spread the rumors of this ritual as far and wide as you can in the coming month. And before I knew it, an old document had fallen down at my feet.
90 seconds.
1 month, she specified the time period. I was told if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify the authenticity, I ended up accepting. I haven't heard anything from the voice since then. It must have had spread rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse. To tie together the curse and the desire to seek out the right. It makes it likely that the owner of the voice is the mastermind behind all of this. Since I went public with the Record of Fames, Hihaku and the cult magazines immediately jumping at the news was a financial boon for me. Oh, Hihaku? As in Hihaku subs? Right, I mean, no. That's not important, just some personal business. After that, I waited trying to predict what would occur in a month's time. That's when the curse began. Those are all the details I have. Very well, I've told you this much. I may as well give you one more thing. Thank you. What might that be? About Seman's records of fate. There's a sort of continuation to it. Another document called the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll. Continuation? Actually, a section written in Seman's own hand was appended to the manuscript, according to which, after the Honye incident, Seman lamented such a calamity taking place. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own curse. It seems he had an idea that the victims of the Honye incident would turn into cursed echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. It supposedly details how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the rite of resurrection. Really? Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange? What's the matter, Miss Sakazaki? You think my information is incorrect? If Simon died in the Anya incident, then he couldn't have written an addendum. You really don't get it, do you? Huh. Am I wrong? Have you forgotten the ability Simon possessed? Of course not. You could use the right of it. Oh, you're telling me Simon used it on himself? The rite of resurrection can be carried out in advance so that it activates when the soul dregs are gathered together. And it's not possible that Simon himself was resurrected by the rite after it all took place. But he still have to collect the soul dregs needed to use the rite. Yes, and that's why they died. The 8 others besides Simon. What? They died in the Anya incident for their soul dregs. That sounds like it's the same as what's happening now. That's why I need the resentful memories to learn the truth. I get it now. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scroll and the Record of Fates were supposed to have been passed down as a set. When I received the Records of Fate, the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, same man's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across generations. It seems that over their long history, the 2 documents became separated, and the scroll's location lost as the family line branched. Same man had descendants, so there's someone out there related to him by blood even now. Yes. In fact, I've tried to trace the line as far as I could. There wasn't a well-known emoji to begin with, though a detailed family tree does not exist. It seems likely that the use of the manuscript has been long forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. I see where this is going. The kid that died by being hit by a car, where people thought it would be suicide. That one used the rite of resurrection on herself. Ah. And since they aren't even aware of what they have, tracking it down is quite tricky indeed. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll. Sure you do? Well, basically, in the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll, Simon himself wrote about ways to handle the curse and the rite, yes? Yes, that's right. I've been searching for it all the time, but I haven't found a single lead. So if you two find anything about other resentful memories of Yin Scroll, tell me immediately. Tell me. That much for telling me all this, do you not? That's the real extent of everything I know. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. If you bring me some useful information, I take it into consideration for your school grades as well. Corrupt as ever. We've learned a lot. So to sum it up, there was a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the rite of resurrection. In the Edo period as well, and the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll may have info we want, and the details how to stop the rite. I think that's about it. Right. We could just find the Yin Scroll, he might be able to learn how to settle this situation. But But even Mr. Arashi didn't have any leads on where it is. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this now must have some connections to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curse is involved too. Right. About the mastermind. Whoever behind the voice that gave Mr. Arashi the record of fates. It must be the mastermind, don't you think? And he said it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Wherever it is, I bet they're scary. Huh? They don't sound like the Yakko I know. And let's catch him and make him spill out the beans. I thought you would say something like that. Really? I guess I'm just not really feeling that confident right now. I understand. I don't know if it's related to that woman behind the wine. But I'm also interested in the female Maiji who was a rival of Seman. About the nearby area. Well, that reminds me, Mio. You know what's nearby here, don't you? Oh, you mean where Michio? Yeah, where it happened. I was going there every day to leave flowers. Even though they always get cleared away anyways. Sure, it must be hard to have to be reminded of Michio's death all the time. It reminds me, Yakko. When you asked me to do the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here that day too? Yeah? Left some flowers before going to school. Why? Did anything seem different that day? What's this all of a sudden? Though, now that you mention it, that day I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a little bit. But I came to right away and felt fine, so I didn't think anything of it. I see. That's all I was wondering about. Thanks. So, Mia, what are we going to do next? Good question. It may be the best to give the information we've just learned to Inspector Tsutsumi. We got a pretty big clue from hearing about their record of fates in Minskoro. Mr. Tsutsumi might know more about it. Do we go back to school then? Yeah, that's our point of contact after all. Excuse me? You girls over there? Whoa. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something you said caught my attention. And who might you be? I'm Yutaro Namigaki. I should probably tell you. Until yesterday, I was a curse bearer. It should clear things up. A curse bearer? Oh, you don't need to be scared. I've already given up the curse down of the foot washing mansion. The foot washing mansion? So you're the one Inspector Tsutsumi was talking about? Oh, you already know Inspector Tsutsumi. That makes it so simple. There's nothing to worry about. Hey, you're in the driver's seat. Go? Yes, wait, what? No, was I doing something? Sorry, Mr. Namigaki. What might be the matter? I'd actually wanted to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me if you have a little time? Discuss something with us. You were talking about Michio Shirashi, right? It's related to that. Huh? I'm sure you would learn a few things yourself. If not now, later is fine. I'll be waiting around Ryogoku Beach. Something rubs me the wrong way about this, but he mentioned Michio. What do we do? Let's go to talk to him. It's probably one of the devs, but I want to see. And I suppose we may as well hear what it's this you have to say. Glad to hear it. Then shall we relocate elsewhere? Real Coco Branch. So, what do you want to discuss with us? Let's see. How do I put this? I tell you straight. I want you two to use your curse stones to bring Michio Shirashi back from the dead. What? That's why I was pursuing the right of resurrection in the first place. Unfortunately, I had to give up my curse stone before I could succeed. But you two are curse bearers, with some kind of connection to her. Which means this is the perfect opportunity for me to ask you for this. Well, I'm sorry this is all of a sudden. I still don't understand why you would want this. What exactly is your relationship with Michio? Well, we met briefly once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Alright. Well, it would be great if we could bring Michio back. But we've already decided not to use the right of resurrection. Is that so? It seems, however, that we share a goal. I wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you if you gave me your curse stone, you know? We'll have to decline that as well. Our goal is to stop this curse. I see. Well, that's too bad. I suppose I'll have to give up on the curse stones. Thank you for understanding. I thought he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. Why does he want to bring Michio back? Yako? Uh-oh. Did she go off somewhere while we were talking? I finally caught up to you. I don't know if you noticed me following you or not, but leading me to a secluded place. You've got guns. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking your curse down. Either you hand it over or I'll have to take it by force. You. No. She's here again. I don't understand. Wait. It was just an accident. I swear I didn't mean to. That's why I was trying to bring you back. You're already too late. It's the fastest end credits I ever seen. Which means this is only one ending, but goddamn, this is extremely fast. But we have more. We have way more. Or maybe not way more, but we have more. After this, Fumishika Nejima went on to use the power of his curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with the unprecedented tragedy. And from that day on, Yako Sakazaki was never heard from again. Ending 1, Michio's Crunch. So we did get an alternate ending. Okay, so we go through all of this till we have the choice, and then we go to school first. Sorry, but there's something we've got to take care of. We'll have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad. I'm in no rush, so I'll be waiting at the Ryokoko Bridge if you change your minds. Okay, so we have that. Let's go with the detective. Before we can go on with the inspectors. Nejima mentioned reception room. And further news. Today is the body of an adult male was discovered in the residence of Toshiko Shirashi's around noon. The man, identified as Kankishiro Iwai, is said to have been in a relationship with Toshiko. He was unemployed at the time of death. While further investigations are still underway, it's suspected that this death is connected to the recent serial killings in Chanyo. Evidence on the scene may also implicate Mr. Iwai in the unsolved child abduction and murder case from last year. Well, ma'am, it seems like we managed to settle one part of the kidnapping case for now. Let's begin discussing our next steps. Right. I've grown so used to seeing the scroll, I don't really give it a second thought. No matter how much I look at the flowers, they don't make me feel anything. I wonder what kind of music Richter is into. I imagine he likes English songs. I don't have a reason to use the phone right now. A fax machine can send images to other places along the telephone network. I rarely find any use of it. Oh, there's more to the fax machine. A fax machine. Okay. Apparently not. Not now, at least. I've stopped watching the news. There's too much love. I wish they cut out the pointless stories and just reported on what's important. The ticking of the clock gets on my nerves sometimes. I feel you. I feel you so much. I hate that sound of the ticking. It makes me... The lines. It's a little dim even during the day, and I like it that way. He's always going at his own pace. He's rather fascinating. Let's talk about him first. Richter? Yes? That's right. Would you mind if we make a stop on our way? We can make it quick. I apologize for the diversion, but I'd like to visit a candy store if possible. I suppose I don't mind. About the kidnapping. Judging by the official announcement, it seems that what Ira wrote is likely true. With both the kidnapper and his young accomplice dead, the police should be able to handle the rest. now that it's over, can't help but I think how pitiful it all is. We never would known a thing had we not found his journal. Carelessness is what usually leads to crimes like these being exposed. It was pretty much the same with the Nejima murders. But stumbling across the answer by pure chance really makes you think. It makes my skin crawl to think of how many cases like these are left undiscovered. Me too. It's certainly disturbing. Well, with the kidnapping case all wrapped up, we can focus our efforts on obtaining the right of resurrection. Yes? Neen? Counting on you. Alright, let's reassess the curse situation. Right. Must admit, I never expected the police to be so on top of things. The Chief Inspector Tetsuo Tsuzumi provided us a good wealth of information. I'm surprised he knew so much about the curse bearers. Do you think they noticed I'm one of them? I'm pretty sure Aria didn't. The Chief Inspector, on the other hand, will have to be careful around him. But if he had suspected anything, I'm sure he would have detained us. We should stay vigilant moving forward. Green. Even if we steal a curse stone, you may not be able to successfully perform the rite unless you're a curse bearer yourself. Will you be okay with hanging on to the stone from now on? Of course. Just don't use it though, okay? Alright. If what we've heard is true, there are just 3 curse bearers left to be discovered. There's the Whispering Canal, the Beckoning Light, and the Taiko of Sugaro left to investigate. It may benefit us to visit the places connected to those stories a few times. You see, I'm still highly suspicious of the people at the Hyakusomes. They could be the ones pulling the strings. That Takumi Yumioka fella is probably aware of the curse bearers we're searching for. Tracking his movements may prove to be useful. You want to follow him? If we were to follow anyone, he'd be my first choice, but... And times like this really have me wishing I had more personnel. Imagine it's tough working on your own. That's the blight of running a small business. I'm always on the hunt for a skilled assistant. And then there's Nejima, who appears to be a curse bearer too. The one-sided read, I think it was. I want to look for someone that's likely to gather a whole lot of soul drags. Well, look no further. He did say he would unleash his curse on a large number of people at nightfall. If he gets the chance to, if the Chief Inspector manages to track down Michio, and, well, there's a chance he'll manage to apprehend Nejima before he gets up to no good. But why did you tell the Chief Inspector about the safe house? If he hadn't had that lead... It was written in Levi's memoirs. It was just a matter of time till he found out. Besides, we're talking about the massacre here. Can't just turn a blind eye. How different is it from any other curse bearers collecting soul drags? Well, if we're talking Nejima, it could be a lot more dangerous. We'll just keep a close eye on Nejima and the cops. About that girl from before, Ayame Tano? You think she could be a curse bearer? Well, there's a chance she could have gone and stolen someone else's curse stone by now. It's possible too, but... You haven't been to Midoroshi Park yet? The place connected to the Taiko of Sugaro? Alright, that's close to where she lives. What if she was a curse bearer this entire time? She could have lied. It's possible. It would make her a brilliant actress to boot. The idea's got me itching to investigate her again. That place is rather suspicious. If only we could run into someone there. I suppose I should offer him some tea, but I don't really feel like it. Something is still here. Something. We haven't successfully. What did we not interact with? Clock is done, the chandelier's done, television is done. Next up, what do we need to do to get our hands on a curse stone filled with soul ranks? We missed something. What is it? Well, I don't know. We move. And shall we depart? From this part on, you will be given the option to finish investigation, which will allow you to immediately end this part. From there, you can continue to the next part. You may also come back and restart this section from the point at which left you off. Let's go to the candy shop. It was his request first. Sanaya. The children seem pretty fond of this place. It's comparatively new. They must have had the renovations done not long ago. He's up in front of with the kids to participate in the raffle. Weird seeing an adult his age enjoying himself so much at the candy store. Look at this smile. He must have won something. Oh, nice.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Damn, it's Mockingbird 10. Oh, Coffany. He's a nihilist, but he gets the job done. Oh, well, you seem pretty happy. He's up in front with the kids to participate in the raffle. It's weird. Oh, it seems he didn't win anything. He's pouting so hard, even the kids are laughing at him. There are some vending machines who can buy canned juice for 100 yen. Well, that's cheap. It's goddamn cheap. These days, vending machines sell a lot of things besides juice still. Whoa, no way. Jeez, you made me jump. It's Mockingbird number 14. All con man. This guy's a real speed demon. Oh, is that right? It's kind of scary how you even know the exact number. It's just in simple games. The shop's close to the park, so children have been coming and going without falls. Places like this candy shop have been slowly disappearing from the street view recently. Alright, ma'am. Should we go for Moniachaki or something? That's sweet of you, but I'm not angry right now. That's too bad. I haven't had great luck with the mockingbird raffle. Would you mind if I tried a few more times? Apparently most of these are just replicas of the real deal. Even so, they're well worth the price. Some of the kids were saying they managed to snatch some real rare findings in this lottery. Go ahead. Don't buy them all now. Just let me know when you want to leave, okay? Okay. Look at the smile, he must have won something. How nice. Holy crap! This one is super rare. It's Fair Feather, the coolest peacock around. Oh, so it is. That's a pretty big window. I think we have everything done. I almost feels like I came here with a child. My boy never had much of a taste for sweets. Makes this kind of a fresh experience for me. A kid, not into sweets. Surprising. Orange branch. It doesn't seem like anyone's been here for some time. Wonder if it's one of the factories that got shut down when they tightened up regulations. It doesn't seem... Okay. So we have to return to this on a later point. Surroundings first. There's so many old factories alongside this river. It must have been quite different in its glory days. But now, most of them are closed down due to their tightened regulations on waste disposal. There's so many old... Okay. Our surroundings and the factory there. Not quite much. Did something draw your interest? No worries here. I made sure to take a quick shower this morning. Jesus Christ. I was out here last night looking for the curse bearer connected with the beckoning light too. Can you see anything? Afraid not, but they gotta be out there somewhere. What? Hang on. What is this? Mister? What do you think that is? Oh? I don't see anything. Really? I don't see that. A thing that looks like a phantom ball of flame floating in the air. A ball of flame? It must be the curse echo. Maybe only the curse bearers are capable of seeing it. But could such a thing happen in broad daylight? It's gone. I wonder if that was a beckoning light, a curse echo. That phantom flame you saw might have been a manifestation of the lantern. In that case, there me and the curse bearers nearby. The curse bearer might be lurking in the vicinity. I'm going to check out the surroundings. Nothing. I didn't find anyone you looked upon. See, I don't know if something happened around here, but something might have changed in the area. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, sleep well, my dear. Something that changed in the area. It doesn't seem like anyone's been here for some time. What you saw earlier must have been the beckoning line. Something might have changed after what just happened. And if what I saw was the curse echo of the beckoning line, wouldn't that mean the curse bearer is nearby? I'm not feeling any strange presence. But that could be because it's midday. Well, the people passing by is definitely not one part. But we finished the top line. And we will continue with the lower line. But for today, we just sit here. And then continue next week. As for where do I send you? Let's see. Oh, I see where I sent you. A rare chance indeed. They're usually not streaming that early, but we take the chance. And we send you to very, very curious superhero. We are sending you to Major Freedom. They are currently playing Tekken 8 with it looks like they are currently playing it together with Azam. So, send them all the love, and we see each other on Tuesday when we will continue with our investigation in Doing Night Above. Until then, bye.